Hello, hello, I think. We'll see. First thing we're gonna do is kind of sound checks all around. Yesterday, I thought it would be a great idea to finally pull the trigger on updating to Windows 11. And it changed a lot more than I thought, down to I just tried to log in and everything, get everything started, and none of the gamepads worked. And it wouldn't connect either, so probably within the last 5 minutes before I went live, I was anxiously trying to force the Logitech F710 to connect to 14 through the Xbox peripherals. And I was actually able to use the Xbox peripheral drivers to make this work. Now, the real question is it going to do what I want it to? That's going to be a much bigger question. So the first thing is, can everybody hear me? How is sound? Are the levels as balanced as they were? Does anything sound wonky compared to how things used to be? The other thing I think is going to be kind of interesting to see as we go along is probably the green screen, because yet again, not having the proper lighting solutions is causing there to be like kind of a lot of artifacting, the invasion of the green void off to the sides. But I think we may have made enough in like subs and donations and stuff to buy some filler lights, some LED filler lights, and that should solve a lot of my problems, I think. And speaking of, I'm looking at the chat, and I didn't even show up before people started hitting buttons, and I'm already lost in the sauce. So let's see what how behind I am on everything so far. No Soul, Evil Lives, Kobe, James, Jay, Quan, and Soldier hit the sub button before I even turned on the screen. Thank you guys so much. And oh my god, we're already hitting hydrate bullying. All right, hold on. I did remember to set that up at least, so we do have water. Wait, did someone redeem Rabbit Familiar? Hold on. It's not redeemable, so someone must have. Well, that's good, because he's here. Ethan is always here for support. He's just usually on the table. Like, if no one redeems Rabbit Familiar, Ethan is still here. He's just privately supporting. So let me know if there's an invasion of the green void. If worst comes to worst, I will disable the green screen entirely and just have a green circular background. We'll do what we can. So anyway, where did we leave off? MSQ wise, what is the story so far? I think the driving factor so far has been Asdaya, a dragon of the first brood. And that's really kind of the way we're navigating this whole thing, is through Asdaya. She's kind of our guide, our pilot through this, the pilot concept. So on one side, we've got Vritra, another dragon of the first brood, and he's been secretly leading Thavnir's capital, Razathan, for generations. And he's looking for his missing sister, Asdaya. And we do find her, but unfortunately she's trapped in the Void, where an entity known as Golbez is amassing an army of Void Sent and commanding them through his 4 generals. So we've got 2 factions, and both have this tie-in to Asdaya, because Golbez is holding her hostage for the ether that she can provide his minions. And we arrive at the Void, and we find that a lot of what we thought we knew about it was wrong. I suspect primarily because Creative Business Unit 3 realized that the Void is really cool and popular, and the pre-existing lore we had did not facilitate the creation of very much cool, popular content. So we have changed the rules a bit to create a lot more openings to put cool content, places we can go, things we can do, people we can meet in ways that it just wouldn't have been possible under the original understanding Eorzeans had. And Allo people just popping in, Allo Lemon. And through the Void content, we're now hanging out with a character named Zero, who is basically, I would say, like an edgy role player backstory made canon. She's like a colloquial half-void scent made through extra special, perhaps even one-of-a-kind means. She was Xenos' void scent avatar through the Endwalker story, though she didn't consider this experience very consensual or pleasant. Her role in the story is basically exploring how cute she and Y'shtola can be, which, spoiler, very. No, her role in the story is to guide us kind of through the history of the Void and the Orosite War that destroyed it, which we now know is called the Contra Memoria, which may somehow be entwined with Golbez's plans. And while that's the kind of the summary of what we've been through so far, I don't think there was a lot of speculation done. We haven't been going through much of a debate on this story so far. I think the only thing we really dug up that was good new supplemental information was the fact that Golbez has a scene where he looks to be striking down an ancient, and it looks like it's the Watcher on the moon. I don't want to say it definitely is, because when you make assumptions like that, they sometimes turn out to be wrong. It looks like the Watcher. And he's a little vague about what he means in English, so we did a full translation on it. We looked up everything in every language and translated it. And he refers to a prison of passivity or a prison of light, and that he himself was once blessed or chosen or, like one of their own. So he refers to being someone associated with the light, associated with Hydaelyn somehow. And he's leading a crusade or holy war, which seems to be some kind of invasion of another shard, perhaps. Probably the source. We'll see. So I think we might be ready to go. It's my rabbit familiar. And thank you very much for the subby. Wait. Moose? What? What am I waiting for? Show us my portrait? Oh. This is a good point, actually. Hold on. I have my adventure plate, which... Hold on. Now, is there a way to make this portrait just, like, copy that right over to my other portrait, or do I have to do it another... Cool, I can do that? All right, let's see. How do I do that? Portraits. And then... Scholar. Import from adventurer plate. Confirm. Aha! That was easy. Score 1 for the UI developer and their intuitive settings. Somebody buy that person a beer. The only other portraits that I've set up are for PvP. I have this like rule in my head that if you're in PvP and you see a like really professional portrait that someone spent a long time on, that person is really, really good at PvP or really, really bad at PvP. There's no middle ground. In fact, I would say the people that I fear most are the people that are queuing every single moment. Every time they leave, they immediately queue up again, but their portrait is always the default. Those people are terrifyingly good. So, of course, the first thing I did was let everybody know how bad at PvP I am by... Oh, it's gone. Where's my paladin one? Are these stored locally? They must be stored locally. Hold on. What's going on here? PvP is its own separate window? Hold on. Something's not right here. Where's my... Where's the monk one? Yeah, some of this must be local, which means that I'd have to set it up in a different way. But on the laptop that I usually do PvP on, I've got very, very professional portraits for my monk and paladin, which are the two things I play most in PvP. to let everybody know that I'm really bad. I think I have a tweet from 2013 or 2014 that just says, to anyone that I have ever or will ever PvP with, I'm just so sorry. I'm legally obligated to share them. Yeah, as soon as I get off this, I'll switch over to my laptop and I will just tweet them and then put the tweets in the chat on the Discord. I actually already tweeted the monk one with the same joke. I'm actually surprised how fun crystalline conflict is. So that's been a pleasant surprise. All right, I think we're ready to go. We got the adventure plate set up. So, once more unto the void. I usually don't read everything verbatim, like word for word. I usually just kind of give summaries at the end. Because if I read everything, I feel obligated to make voices, and if I make voices, I feel silly. Plus, I think it like feels weird when I watch stuff on YouTube and they read everything. All right, opening is 0 has been aiding us in exchange for ether, because that's the major void sent currency. We've been getting off with a bargain, because basically she just wants to be paid in food. Not unlike me. I can be bought off with food pretty easily, too. I might need, like, more than an apple. Like, I might need, like, a chicken parm, maybe. How far are we going? Let's use the... I'm still trying to train myself. Oh, there's people here. Hello. Hello. Oh, Kikaru. Haven't seen him in forever. That's not actually like one of you guys. That's one of my old FC mates. I'm still trying to train myself to use the Ethernet shards. Because between the pre-SSD loading times and how long I stared at this trying to remember which place was which, I never use them. The question, a nice chicken parm or just a chicken parm? That is an excellent question, one that is very relevant to my life, because I have very broken taste buds. Oh wait, is this on the... No! This is really relevant to my experience because a chicken parm that isn't a good chicken parm... So, wait, hold on. There we go. A chicken parm that is not a good chicken parm is no longer one of my favorite foods. Like, a meh chicken parm is not a good food. But a good chicken parm is, like, top 5 favorite foods. It has to be a good chicken parm, though. Otherwise, it tastes kind of like a TV dinner. You did just spot a non-completed Omega Quest. I'm behind on a couple of things. I have been in, like, work hell for a little while. We've been doing things in an extremely inefficient way that keeps, like, making me feel incompetent all the time. And I think December 1st is where it's actually starting to turn around quite a bit, so I might have, like, more free time again. There was a promise of it the last time we got together, but it might actually be coming to fruition.
Everyone is so... carefree. Unafraid and unconcerned in spite of their weakness, and how easily their lives could be torn apart in an instant. Such luxuries are lost to us. We have no hopes or dreams, and even the release of death. Only hunger. Others are a means to an end, at times a literal one. We forge covenants with men and come here to feed. Or to die. I thought it would be no different when I was summoned by Xenos. Lives were tools to him, to be used and discarded at whim. In that respect, he was a void sent at heart. But towards you, and you alone, he behaved differently. And I cannot fathom why. What was it that drove him? What made him choose such an end? But enough about that man. He is dead and we are all better for it.
Thanks for confirmation.
Why are you here? Was there something you needed? So you're heading back now. Then as per our bargain, I will go as well.
See, the people who really like Xenos as a character and tried to read into him having traits that he didn't have for their own amusement, like, this is not a good expansion for them so far. It has just been over and over and over confirming that, like, people were just a means to an end, and he, like, forced this void pact on her, and just, he's apparently, this feels like they're confirming he's dead through zero yet again, because people keep asking. So yeah, just not a good expansion to be a Xenos liker. And I hate to agree with it, but I think Xenos actually managed to come back from me just hating the fact that he survived to feeling like he actually played a good role in Endwalker. And I'm glad that it's over if it's over, because this is the second time I think they can't kind of top his end. The other thing they highlighted was, like, they come here to eat or die. And it's weird for them to highlight death in that way for Void Scent, but it might just be like a quirk. It says translations are out of stock. That's weird. I will look into that between streams. Tomorrow we're gonna do the Alliance raid. Tomorrow night around the same time. I will figure out why it says it's out of stock. I will put them back in stock. As always, if there's a line that you see in English and you're wondering, like, what exactly does that mean? Ask for a translation of it in the Discord. A translation means that I'm going to look it up in every language and try to find the spirit of the line, the boundaries of what they're trying to communicate. And I'll give you, like, a translation of what everything is supposed to be in each language. Because you often find that every language has a different presentation of the line, but they all have the same understanding of the line. So if you translate it in every language, you'll often find these just, like, little hints that show what they really meant.
Everyone is here? Good. Let us set forth for the void once more.
What is it? He's calling.
Music.
What is the meaning of this?
Unless I'm mistaken, that was intended for one of your kin. Who?
It was for the briefest of moments, but I felt her. Ashdire.
I thought she was in the void.
As did I. Yet the presence was unmistakable. Thus did I call out, only for it to fade and vanish.
Perhaps she crossed over to the source, then immediately turned back.
No, I doubt it.
I do not know. Could she have found a way home?
The how of it aside, if she was indeed in the source, there may be clues where she came through that could lead us back to her. Where exactly was it that you felt her presence?
Far to the north. That was all I could discern.
The north, you say? Beyond the bounty? Garlemald?
As good a place to start as any. My apologies, Zero, but your return to the Void will have to wait.
I told you before that I have no reason to go back there. Do as you will.
All right. I presume you wish to stay here in Radzatan until we return?
You've kept me amply fed. I wouldn't be averse to helping you on your search.
Would you go for a Scooby snack?
If Ashdire was indeed here, other Voidsent may have made the journey as well. Very well. We would welcome your company.
If it's decided, then I'll contact our associates in Garlemald. It's me. Still talking everyone's ears off, I trust? Understood. We'll see you there. We're to rendezvous at Tertium. We'll need to teleport to make it there in time. Can you?
Aye. I know it well from my time as an avatar.
Then it seems we're all set.
If there is nothing else, let us see to our final preparations.
The little title reels we do now. Looks all polished. So that was an interesting scene. There was already a couple of weird facts in there. Y'shtola is kind of one of the characters who helps us understand the boundaries of what we should be thinking about these days. She often she'll like call attention to something that we should be factoring in or rule out something that we should be factoring out. And so it feels deliberate that she highlighted the possibility of Ashdire coming back, because it's really not the first assumption I think any of us would make as players. Like the amount of energy required to come from one place in the void to the other and the current situation she's in, it just seems weird. Like you could maybe like cross the boundary in essence and possess something like a void scent, maybe. Or if I remember correctly from the Estinian Nidhogg story, most of a dragon's ether's in its eyes to the point that like their personality is in the eyes. So maybe it just like drags one of the eyes over. We've been trying to figure out what's been happening with her eyes because we're pretty sure she's only got one. I liked the theory that one of the that was the light in Golbez's helmet. I like that one. I'm also a big fan of like the hat tip before asking for food, just like Makote. Wait. Wow, free teleport. Thanks. It's an interesting line from Zero. Like, people live in such places, do they? Not that I would presume to know their preferences, but it seems uncomfortable. Like, does that indirectly tell us that Xenos just never really thought about Garlean history very much if she doesn't know why they live here? Because they were freaking forced to? Like, they were run off of the land that they found preferable and comfortable. That's part of why they're grumpy. Explanations are not justifications, though. Still committed many atrocities.
Any moment now.
My friends, 'tis good to see you again.
And you. I was worried that the cold wouldn't agree with you, but you're both looking quite well.
You get used to it. It helps that there's no shortage of fuel and heaters like before.
Glad to hear it. Have you been working in Garlemald all this time?
It's been a while since we've seen her in white. She looks good in the Crystarium set.
We have. Though the worst is behind them, the people still have a long road ahead. With the nation in ruins and the leadership void yet to be filled, there remains a lack of direction, a pervasive sense of aimlessness and worry.
Still, everyone wants to make things better. And we're here to help. A lot of Garleans wanted nothing to do with us, but they're starting to come round. Slowly, but surely.
You're too kind. But it's thanks to the cooperation of like-minded souls that we've been able to make any progress. The Allied nations continue to send supplies, which allow us to meet basic needs such as food and shelter. Meanwhile, Euless and a number of soldiers have begun a restoration initiative, with more and more volunteers joining by the day.
Garlean restoration. Rebel,
Like
rebel.
Alphino said, they've got a long road ahead of them. But we'll get there together, one step at a time. But enough about events here. What brings you to us? And with new company, besides.
This may take rather a long time to explain, but bear with me.
The 13th? After traveling to the edge of existence, I thought you'd keep your escapades closer to home for a while. But I suppose there's no stopping you. Not that I'm one to talk, of course.
The heart of an adventurer cannot be denied.
You could have at least invited me too. Surely there was room enough for me and Grahar in the Undersea Vault.
I must obey. Hydrate. Yeah, Vreetra's, his little optional text there said that he only bothered dressing for the snow at all because he wants to fit in. Like, he doesn't feel the cold, so I assume he's wearing whatever shoes help him walk. Be funny if he had, like, hypersensitivity issues. Like, no, I don't like these shoes. I don't want to fit in that bad.
Oh, it's fine. You can make it up to me on the next one. But on a more serious note, are we sure it's wise to keep Xenos' former avatar around? I understand how you came to work together, but nevertheless...
You're right to be cautious. I'm a void sent, after all. But do not conflate me with Xenos. To recall my time in his service, it angers me.
Jeez. Zero's supposed to be the one with, like, less social skills. Meanwhile, you have Alize talking about her like an object when she's right there. And you have her politely saying, here's how I feel about that. Please don't.
Is that so? I think we'll get along just fine, you and I.
Now that we are all caught up, to the matter at hand. As we were about to resume our search in the void, I felt the presence of my sister Ajdaya in the source. Somewhere in the far north, perhaps even here in Galdemald. If you have seen or heard anything out of the ordinary, I must know.
As a matter of fact, we may have. In recent days, we have had to contend with a surprising number of Voidsent. And not the lesser kind that occasionally manifest, but ones possessed of considerable power.
You think they might have been summoned? By whom?
We're not sure. But as Euless reminded us, practitioners of a certain traditional Garlean art rely upon void-sent servants. The very same I believe you have mastered.
Mastered is a generous term, but thank you.
While there are no known Reapers left in Garlemald, we can't rule out the possibility that some are working in secret.
To summon not one, but several powerful Voidsent is no small feat. But if Ajdaya was indeed called from the void...
Then it is likely the same party is responsible. Alternatively, the etheric confluence at the Tower of Babel may have triggered an expansion of natural fissures one could use to cross over. But I think that improbable, if not impossible.
Then we must assume these events have indeed been orchestrated.
Well, summoned or no, we've been trying to track them to their origin. It's the mountains to the east, we think.
Can you guide us there?
I would, but the terrain is too difficult to traverse on foot, nor is flying an option due to the winds.
Too much ground to cover in any case. Is there no way to narrow it down?
A dungeon, perhaps.
There is one place we thought to look first. An isolated village rumoured to have once been home to a Reaper order.
That would indeed make an excellent start, though the question of how to get there remains.
Eulus may be of assistance. Let us return to Camp Broken Glass and consult him.
Oh, free teleports are over. This may be a weird thing to focus on, but the line that stood out to me there the most was, "There are no Reapers in Garlemald." Not because of, like, the Reaper job, but that's what they call their magitech. So, like, when the phrase went into my ear, I was like, that's not true. There are plenty of Reapers in Garlemald, just not the kind you want. But... oh, thank you for popping in, though, man. It doesn't make you wonder if it was one of the jokes. Yeah, one of the little things they slipped by. Please don't look too closely at my journal of embarrassing unfinished quests. I'm trying. I'm almost done with Hildebrand. Then I can do Tataru and Omega. Hey, just because the quests are unfinished on my account doesn't mean that I didn't watch someone else do them on YouTube, so I didn't fall behind on the lore. My rule is that I do MSQ myself, I do raids myself. The things I tend to watch on YouTube are side stories and job quests, especially role quests. I've had to reevaluate where I invest my time over the last few months. I'll be a little more candid than usual. There was this weird thing going on at work where policies were changing very quickly, and we had an issue with one of our forums where every time you tried to update it, it would delete it and you'd have to redo the entire thing from scratch. And just between feeling stressed about all that stuff and sucking really bad at paperwork in general, I was just really stressed about what I invested my time in. And for a while, it felt like every time I did something that wasn't productive, it was just hollow and pointless. I think that might be called depression. It's interesting, like, I mean, we knew this from the Reaper introductions, but, like, I didn't think about it until now. The fact that the Reapers were so integrated into the military at some point, it kind of shows off, I think, how at different stages of Garlemald's rise, you can see, like, a couple echoes of Alog, a couple echoes of Mahak, and even though it felt like it came out of complete left field at the time, back when they first introduced, you know, like, oh, the Garlean Empire was just made and run by an Ascian the whole time. Direct micromanagement. Like, that came out of nowhere, but I really like how they go back and add these little details like that. Like, for a time, they had their Mahak phase. Garlemald's Goth phase! Yes. Yeah, I would describe myself as, like, simultaneously hard to win over, but kind of a white knight. So, based on the lore that's been out, I kind of like we've been spoiled a little bit. Like, they are usually very, very on top of making sure that things jibe well and follow and are lore compliant and all that. And I think it's really spoiled me that they never really do full retcons as much, that they do what I call addition retcons, where they build up the lore around it so it reframes this thing you were told before, like, oh, that wasn't true after all. So when there are big obvious changes to how things work, it's very hard for me to buy in at first. I get very salty about it at first. But the more polish and TLC they put onto it, the easier it is to win me over, and the more I will defend it in the long run. So the first time we had that Emmett Selk scene where it was just like, hey, you know how we spent a few years saying the Ascians just whisper in ears and don't intervene directly and they just bring out the worst instincts in men? JK, the Garlean Empire was built and run directly by one of their overlords. That, I don't know, I was really salty about it for a few weeks. But little things like that along the way, they really do help me accept it, especially because they had taken the story of the Empire to a point where their goal was so obviously self-defeating. They were creating and perpetuating their own problem. And that could have been a story about just, like, the flaws of man, because I think we all create and perpetuate our own problems sometimes. You know, especially when you get into a situation where, like, the way you're living you might not be happy with, but it's the devil you know, and change is scary. So, like, I think they could have gone away with the Empire that didn't involve it being founded by an Ascian. But I think we all knew deep down there was at least some intervention somewhere, just because it felt so much like there was Ascian influence. But I don't think many of the old school lore mongers suspected it would be what we got.
What was it you wished to talk about?
Why do you help these people? What is it that you stand to gain?
I'm sorry?
You don't act on behalf of a higher power, nor are you bound by a contract. In spite of this, you help them. Why?
And there I thought it was something serious. I help them because I want to. Because it's the right thing to do.
But what do you stand to gain? You didn't answer the question.
It's called self-actualization.
Didn't I? I followed my heart. What I got out of it came after. Was there anything else? If not, let's keep moving.
Right. To act not out of obligation or in pursuit of gain. To simply live. And they survive like this.
I appreciate the little flourish of emotion that Zero's voice actor put on the end of that, because if left to my own devices, I definitely would have read it as like, damn, bitch, y'all survived like this? Hey, back at our old friends. You see anything new? Zero's still over there in the background processing. This appears to be our pre-dungeon fluff piece. We have to repair a snow thing. I also like that Zero asked Alize for logic. If you want logic, you talk to Alphino. Like, she just does what her emotions tell her. The old red Oni, blue Oni trope. Yeah, I feel like Zero is meant to be our guide character for the storyline, like a mini Estinian kind of role. So she's supposed to be like simultaneously our guide to the void and the observer who's ignorant about everything that's going on around us. We have an excuse to talk about it. And I think she's helping put a lot of stuff into perspective that wouldn't be obvious if you weren't like deliberately spending time reading between the lines. The Estinian in all caps. Is that because I said the name wrong? Did my brain glitch? Did I do a thing again? Okay. Okay. I have this thing I do where I like, my thoughts are in the right order, and then what happens is I just say something that's a word stored in the same file cabinet, but not the right word. Does this rainfall mean that it's like 33 degrees Fahrenheit? Hello, Pesh. So most of the conversation is still focused on our pre-dungeon delaying task of fixing the snow thing. I like how that destination has void smoke around it, but none of these other ones do. We'll do that one last. There's Oh, there's 2 smoky ones. ENDWALKER keep flashbacks. ENDWALKER keep flashbacks. Oh, there's 3 of them. Never mind. 1.0 leave flashbacks. 1.0 leave flashbacks. I remember it used to be like a big debate whether gnats were void sent or misunderstood Vilekin for a while. Now it's just debate over whether it's horrible to call them bees. Oh. It's so funny to me that like calling gnats bees has survived from the 2.00 era.
All finished, are we? Good. The cold doesn't let up out here, does it? They've the means to keep everyone warm at Camp Broken Glass and Tertium. But the measures are still only temporary. Subsisting on charity. Dreading the day the sympathy of others is exhausted. It's no way to live. They need lasting safety and security. Though things will never be as they once were. If we can restore a modicum of normalcy to their lives, maybe that will be enough for them to move forward. If we're to achieve that, we have to work harder. I have to work harder. Oh, come now. You think I don't know my own limits? Still, I appreciate your concern.
It's not that I don't think you know your own limits, it's just what you always say to me, so I gotta say it back, right?
Well, our work here is done. We should be heading back. I hope Alphano and Zero haven't gotten into any trouble. I cannot imagine how awful it must have been to serve as Xenos' avatar. To not only suffer him, but so much else. She's a fighter, all right. Like you and me.
Thank you, miss. Thank you. This feels strangely familiar.
Excuse me, Alphino. My wife, she's come down with a high fever. Do you think you could take a look at her?
Of course. Give me a moment. Zero, may I leave the rest here to you?
Fine by me.
Thank you again for your help.
Garlemald has brown paper bags.
Zero, was it? I take it you're one of Alphino's comrades?
Comrade? We've entered into a cooperative pact, if that's what you mean.
Pact? No, nothing so formal. What I mean is, you must know each other well. Be on good terms, enjoy each other's company, that sort of thing.
No, in fact, for leaving me with his basket, I'm going to eat one of those apples as payment.
Then no, he's not my comrade. I have none. Nor will I ever, I think.
Oh.
Did I say something odd?
Oh.
No, not at all. On the contrary, it makes sense. When Alphino and the contingent first arrived, we rejected them out of hand. Whatever they may have claimed, they were the enemy. Savages with their savage ways. To accept their help was to admit defeat. But no matter how poorly we treated them, they didn't turn their backs on us. They stayed and listened. That's just the kind of people they are. Makes sense they'd get along with someone like you who tries to push others away.
Get along. I'm upholding my part of the bargain. There's nothing more to it than that.
If you say so. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten why I came. Are you hungry? We all get rations, and considering the work you're doing, you're as good as one of us.
I am running low on ether. Very well.
Azim step-style dumplings. Buds, they call them. Never had a dumpling? It's like the kind of bread stuffed with a filling. Meat or vegetables usually, that you bake or steam. We have our own recipes in Garlemald too. My mother liked to make them. My brother and sister always fought over the jam-filled ones. Just think of it as bread, all right?
Whoa. That animation was so satisfying.
I should warn you though, they're spicy. Helps them keep longer, I assume. Too much.
I skipped one.
Interesting.
Interesting good, or interesting...
I don't know much about taste. Not anymore. But I do feel a sensation in my mouth.
Is that a bad thing?
Not necessarily.
That's enough for me. I've heard it said that spices are more akin to fire than flavors. Perhaps that makes them easier to understand.
Oh, Euless, getting acquainted with Zero, are we?
I suppose I am.
No harm in that. Acquaint away.
Ah, everyone is here. Excellent. Thank you all for your hard work. I've just finished up myself. Shall we go and find Estinian?
Alphino! Alize!
Alright, this feels like something's about to happen, so this is a good time to take a quick stretch break. I'm gonna cap off what I've drinking from the water bottle so far. Stretch, hydrate, reconvene in 3 minutes. You should do the same. Stretch, get a snack, whatever you gotta do. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. But did you see how satisfying that animation was? Like it folded and then pulled apart and then the steam came out. Like how far we've come since the day they just kind of put the model to their face and then the model unloaded. I know it's not like AAA, but for a live MMO that's often conservative with its animations, that was honestly satisfying. Okay, so yes, 3-minute break. We will reconvene and do whatever that guy's showing up to do, because it looks like we might be heading into a more tense moment. And thank you for the sub thaw. I just noticed that you came in. Hello to the people that are just showing up. Sorry to take a break right away, but we will be back in moments to do whatever that guy's showing up to warn us about. See you in a moment. Hello again. I went to snag a snack and realized now I just really want dumplings. What has this game done? I learned how to make the pan-fried dumplings. Those are really, really good. I might have to go to the market tomorrow. Snag some of them. I say learned because the first couple attempts didn't go too well. The first batch, I like ripped the entire bottom off of the entire batch because it was still stuck to the pan, but I found out it's supposed to stick to the pan. You're supposed to let it stick to the pan and then fry up nice and crispy so it pops off the pan again. But the first run, it didn't really, didn't go so well. So for the moment, I just got Clementine. And I see a message was deleted. A bot? We had a bot? Does that mean I'm like moving up in the world? A bot noticed I exist? Thank you for deleting it. I appreciate it very much. I had to work. Thank you very much, Jack. So everyone else agrees, this seems kind of ominous. An unforeseen bargain. Another reference to in this world, death is absolute. That feels like a change. I mean, like we've always had this boundary for Void Sense we've been trying to figure out, like, how did I die when? How does it work? Like, there have been things that say when the vessel's destroyed, they just go back. There have been things that say, you know, there's that guild quest from 2.0, like, oh, our live stream won't have the stuff. And then there's, they can kind of eat each other. This is kind of 2 mentions in one patch. Like, you go years without knowing something and then 2 mentions in one patch. There's gonna be, like, story related. 2 mentions in one patch means it's probably freaking Golbez related. Alright, so we got a horde of Void Scent coming in. Zero doesn't want to come because her death could potentially be final for it, which is, again, it feels like new lore. It would be really fun if that was what Golbez's holy war is. Like, he just wants to invade but lose. So that, like, he goes out with a bang and everybody dies on the swords. But I feel like if you're introducing it in this way now, they kind of need to do a census, right? They need to go back and look at all of the other Void Scent that we've fought, the ones that were like story related and meaningful, and go, okay, so by these rules, do those all still make sense? Because we've got a few really important Void Scent that you just, is that really the way you want to describe them as final? So who only had a vessel destroyed and went back? Who fully manifested and was killed? I don't know. Seems... What happens if they come here, they die here, the life stream won't have their energy, it gets eaten by another Void Scent like we saw in that original guild hest, then that Void Scent was possessing a vessel, that vessel gets killed, they go back to the Void, and then they release the thing they ate. Is that... philosophical questions. And then, how does the Null Stone fit into this? And does that mean I don't get my level 99 Diabolos fight? Where's Skathash? Skahawk. Should use the real pronunciations. Anyway, I'll have to fight some Void Scent Invasion. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Uh-oh. Yeah, this may be confirmation that all the Nullstone really does is vaporize the vessel and send the essence back when they're not here in full form. Because if I remember right, Mahag really liked working with pacts. So if the pact was to bring them over into something, then the weapon against that would probably focus on that. And the deliberately flawed nature of how Mahak worked with Void Scent was probably by design. Like, it was probably fundamentally flawed on purpose. Ooh, indie fights. It was by design. One of my favorite lines in the game.
Report. Lost contact. When? Void Scent. I'd bet my life on it. Understood. I'll investigate at once. A unit transporting supplies has gone silent en route to Broken Glass. I will go and search for it. Stay here and keep watch. But be ready to answer my call.
If it was Void Scent, you'd be a fool to go alone. They'll find you before you find your men, and then they'll devour you as well.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I don't stand a chance, but I can't just abandon them.
I can't repay you for the bread if you're dead. I'll go.
No! I couldn't possibly ask you to do that.
I'm far better suited to dealing with Voidsent. It makes sense. Or do you mean to say you'd rather I stay here because you can't protect this place on your own?
Ah. Fine. Just don't do anything stupid. Promise me.
Damn these demons!
Return to the camp. Now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Kindred, why do you interfere? Ah, of course. You sold your soul to feed.
I have taken bread, but my soul is forever mine.
That's a great, like, talk shit, get hit moment. Give me a second. Yeah, okay. 2 comments on that so far. I really liked the sound Euless made. It was like halfway to a Zoidberg. And I really hope that we have a scene eventually where Zero realizes that she's been following her heart, like Alize said, and just making excuses for it this whole time. Unaspected damage, AoE. Okay, so I can't move them, but I can try that. AoE, not AoE, jumping, some form of healing. Okay, we'll see what happens.
A deal is a deal. I cannot let you pass. More of them. Still more. Not good. I can't.
That's not fair. Ooh, no. Oh, it's really not fair. Okay.
How?
I'll take it.
How big must the gate be for their light to come through?
Oh, do not skip the cutscene. Hey, it let you redeem
this
rabbit
it, then?
here again. Interesting. Oh, hello, Maelstrom Radio. Thank you
Just
for
like
the
that
radio.
time.
What are you guys up to today, man? And why didn't it play the noise? It's supposed to play a noise when you do that.
When light still shone upon the world. When the Contra Memoria still raged.
Life flashing before our eyes moment up in here. Oh, is it recording night? How'd recording go today? Oh, she's a
Stand
brunette.
aside if you value your life.
We're only after women and wine. Darkness can take the rest.
You're not taking another step towards that village.
Stupid girl. You were warned.
Gotcha. And now we can get back to our business.
Get up! Get up, damn you! Too weak. I need help. Someone, please.
Damn.
The same mistakes, the same ends. Again and again. What should I? What could I have done? Who? You. What are you doing here?
Y'shtola and Estinian had matters well in hand, so we went where we were needed.
Can you stand?
All right.
This is really cool because it has a lot of, like, what I like to call thematic book ending, where you kind of loop and the beginning and the end start to look a little similar. This reminds me, like, so much of what Unukalhai first introduced. The idea that, like, their echo users, their, I guess what we would call memoriates now, were not only corrupted into monsters by what they were doing, but we see in this scene that some of them were just assholes. Like, power corrupts. And I guess looking back on echo users being asshole would have been handy back in the does Heidelin temper you era. But seeing Zero have kind of the same thoughts and processes that Unukalhai first introduced all the way back then, the like, what more could I have done? And like, what could have changed if we had comrades and came together? Like, the fact that we're still exploring that every time we deal with the 13th is really cool. So I really, really like this scene. It's not just introducing Zero in a vacuum.
I will let it burn. This fire in my breast. Let it burn and rage and guide.
She even makes friendship edgy.
Thank goodness we're not too late. Can you still fight?
Aye.
Press the attack!
Just warming up!
Fair.
My strength is spent. I'll only get in the way.
Chin up! We'll get through this together!
Split up!
Stay sharp.
That was cool. Wait, did you notice that Zero followed my... Did I just guess correctly which one I was supposed to do, or did Zero follow my lead?
Not finished yet.
I want to do this again and deliberately change my approach.
Weather this together.
I will repay this debt.
This has gone on long enough. I will finish it. Now!
Let's buy her some time.
Disabled all the other ones. Negative attacks.
Well done!
You did well to find me out here.
We have Eulus to thank for that. He was quite worried when he called.
No. If it was not for you and the others...
Well, let's not fuss over details. We should return to Tertium. Can you make it that far?
I think so.
I like how Y'shtola had the forethought to change her clothes, but Alice rushed out in her short shorts. Anyway.
Zero, are you alright?
Well enough. No void scent struck here, did they?
No, and there weren't any more casualties thanks to you.
Oh. What are you doing?
You'll have no debts to repay, if that's what you're worried about. If anything, I owe you a week's worth of boots.
Guess they can't have everyone only shipping her with Stoll. I gotta give them options. Remember, every NPC has to be Polly and Pan or there's nuclear war on social media. I guess for these streams we can avoid my rule. I usually have a rule that if you see a triple triad NPC in the wild, I'm not allowed to continue until I defeat them 5 times. If they still have a card, I don't. Void gate has been opened nearby. the first thing she's going to do because she wants to. Allegedly. Officially, like on the books. I think she's been doing it for a while and just finding excuses for it, personally. Okay, TLDR. There may be a void gate nearby. Our snow thing is ready. Zero wants to come for the funsies. To the south. Every time I hear this song, I have flashbacks to 11 and Promethean for some reason. I just associate the vibe. I miss hanging out there. Give me Promethean. Everybody's gathered. That sounds like we're getting close to dungeon time. Yeah, I'm gonna trust it. I usually do trust unless I absolutely can't. Because I like to slow down and look at everything and take in all the artwork, and sometimes they put notes down. I like to read those. Plus I have this like thing where like I really easily understand the mechanics, or I don't at all, and I don't want to frustrate people until tomorrow, saving all my goodwill for tomorrow. Alright, let's see who our options are. Just turn everybody off for a minute. So I'm healing, so Alfie can't come. Barshan's an all-rounder, and everyone else is DPS. So, that makes this easy.
Together, then.
You've got to come.
If you insist.
Victory will be ours!
Sorry to leave ya behind again, Allie. But I feel like this might be entertaining. I'll try the other mixes and see what pops up on my own time. The good news is that like the people that I didn't take are usually still at the end, so I did take them. Snowcloak 2. Oh. That's what we were working on.
Out of my way!
The VOD will be there, definitely. But thank you for stopping by and saying hello. And I can't tell if it's just if trusts are very slow, or if Albus Gryffindor there was supposed to feel like a mini boss. I suppose that one's up to you, Rockle. You get to make this decision.
This will hurt.
Out of my way!
Cool scenery. Feels like a cross between Snowcloak and Velvet.
I will not hold back.
She put on her battle clothes. She changed her outfit. That's not the shirt she was wearing at the door. Immersion ruined. Oh, hey, Snowcloak wall. What are you doing here? I like how now that we know more about the Void, we see the Void send speech bubbles more often.
Out of my way!
That's far enough!
They actually do make a joke in the small talk about changing their clothes. That's awesome.
Out of my way!
Oh, I don't like that! This is why I run it with trusts.
Darkness, take you!
Away with you!
This will hurt. Be gone!
Gloves are off.
Mid-fight, hydrate redemptions is a new brand of bullying. Okay, done with the outside. Oh, you also get cool hats. Zero has made this like the cool hat arc. There's currently a debate going on in chat about whether you should force Varshan to do big pulls or respect his pacing. And the comment, he needs to train more if we're to rescue his sister. Got me off guard. Records. Delayed backstories. Yo! Goth Calcabrina!
Gloves are off.
If I were a DPS, I'd start reading the book now, but I don't know how much I trust these guys. Maybe after I put one more round of dots. Auto heal.
That's far enough. Got you.
The Senate issued an order for their king's assassination. Hey, Galtea! Sweet. Whoa, more stuff. Oh, and thank you for the sub, Ansis. Trainee warning notice. Don't approach figures of the Pale Harvest without express permission. Should be treated with no less reverence than Galtea herself. Only those who have forged a pact with an avatar may spar with the Galtea arm. God, I love Ivalice-inspired lore. Even though this is like Galatea, I don't think that's quite the same. It just sounds the same. Galatea might be just a Greek name. Faded Records. Emperor Solus is convinced this magitech will spark a revolution in warfare as we know it. Wait. Didn't he introduce magitech beforehand? I fear the age of the Reaper could come to an end. The word like magitech is highlighted here, like it's this like newfangled word, but he's already called an emperor. Like, wasn't there some time between? I've got to check my handy dandy lore book. Middle of a dungeon. How many years off am I thinking? Legatus at 24, Emperor by 30. Alright, enlists in the army at 16. Promoted to Legatus at 20 and 4. So in 1513, as a 24-year-old Legatus, he's already pushing through reforms which sanction the use of magitech in the Imperial Legion. And that's 1513. Emperor by 1522, so we got a gap here. I don't know. We'll see. See if they change the title there, if it's just a technicality. They're actually they're noting the similar use of the Reaper job and the Reaper Magitech. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Love it, love it, love it. I like when they set me up for things like that. They're getting really good at predicting what I'll think.
Out of my way!
master's memorandum.
Down with you!
Commitments developed must be handled with the utmost care. The delicate art of their they must be handled with the utmost care, it says right outside of a boss fight, so... Knowledge was kept secret, passed down to one who would inherit the position of Master Dollmaker. Until one man chose to break with tradition. He claimed to be leaving on a journey in pursuit of an unparalleled beauty. But we never learned the truth of it. The only thing that is certain is the art of our forebears was left with him. Is that saying that the Gridanian goldsmith is a Garlean goldsmith and he like broke generations of tradition to go out making minions of like Void Sentusi minions? This is the best hidden story arc ever. If you have not heard me go on about this in the past, or you haven't been following this in the past, if you look at Void Sent Minions, it frequently talks about a Gridanian goldsmith. And then this connects to like another book like that one that we just read that's in Gooball. It connects to the Mind Flayer that we met in Zero's domain. There's like this whole hidden story of a goldsmith who's just entire raison d'etre is to fuck a Void Sent. And it looks like he may have gotten his start here.
Down with you!
Which makes this hot goth doll thing even more cool. That's a good one. Whoever's keeping this tradition alive, I'm very happy about it.
Out of my way!
This will hurt. Be gone! Darkness, take you! Be gone!
Oh.
Out of my way!
Good luck, Rocket.
some of the first brood.
Watching her outfit instead of mechanics. Garters, my weakness. Gotta choose. Let's do that. This boss is also doing parsing, like back in the monk region. Is that the worst one? Did I get the worst one? Best one, but that doesn't sound like the Moose brand. Cool to see more Drusilla mentions though. It's grading me on the curve for trust.
I will not hold back.
No mercy.
I will not hold back.
Yeah, I wish the trusts had a little bit more AoE focus, but I suspect that they deliberately make trusts much slower than DF so that people will choose DF unless they're like really averse to it. I imagine this is the trade-off for the rewards of getting to keep all the gear and not have any social interaction. I think they do it on purpose. And I think a lot of the people that they would like, I think a lot of the people that would choose to pay the slowness tax are people who, like, one of the reasons they want to avoid social interaction in the first place is maybe because they want things to slow down a little more. So, I mean, you're not going to upset those people at all with this tax. MMOs are basically giant operant conditioning chambers. They're like trying to get you to engage it with a certain behavior. And one of the reasons I like 14 is that it's very, very aware of the ways in which it's basically a Skinner box, and it tries not to do it in a way that's exploiting people. Because MMOs are already exploitative enough. For example, if Mog Station had gone farther down the route of using the game as a way to make people kind of Skinner box themselves into buying more on the store, I would have probably taken a really big philosophical point of difference with this game and might even have stopped it. I'm really, really spiteful of psychological exploitation from gaming companies.
Out of my way!
Agreed. The Mog Station is probably like the least harmful iteration of a cash shop I've come across in my life. And I kind of appreciate the philosophy of the Mog Station, that it's not meant to generate revenue directly as much as it's like an indirect revenue stream for quality of life stuff. Like, they don't really try to exploit us through the cash shop. They try to make extra money through the craft shop. Uh-oh.
All shall cower before the might of Archfiend Kanyatso!
You're a dungeon boss. This really is Four Lords shakeup. The irony. If the Gridanian goldsmith had stayed here, the Voidussy would have come to him.
I've been waiting so long! Don't disappoint! Brace yourselves! I bring my all to bear! Drink deep of blackest terror!
Darkness, take you!
I wonder how you'll taste. Battle does so whet the appetite.
Gloves are off.
No more games!
Hello, Vic.
Be swallowed by the tide! What? That's not right! How do you like this?
Good, good. A fitting finale.
This is going to leave a mark.
Why are you still alive?
No mercy.
Hey, Murph. What are you up to today, Murph? Hades, the OG or the new now? I'm behind on this. I'm behind on like all releases because I never buy things when they're brand new anymore. By the time I get around to them, they'll be cheaper anyway. OG? Hades 2 is not out yet. Okay. I know the OG was like surprisingly good. What are you thinking of it so far? Glad to hear you like it. Yeah, the feedback that I saw by basically everyone who bought it was they were shocked how good it was in kind of the circles of people that I talked to about games. So I'm glad you had the same experience. There we go. Creepy. Creepy. So if he's a dungeon boss and the other one's a trial boss, that means we're probably out of these guys. What are we gonna do for 4 and 5?
Tell me one thing, Cagnazzo. A dragon of our world crossed over into yours long ago, but I have felt her presence here again. What is the meaning of this?
I dare say what you felt was this.
Oh, it's the eye.
By the sisters. What have you done to Ashdaya?
If you want answers, you'll have to get them from Lord Golbez. Assuming you've the strength to face him.
I don't know if I would say I called it. I listed 3 possibilities and 1 was right. If I were to dismiss that I listed 2 other possibilities, that would be... I don't know, isn't that the normal rules? People say 10 things and they pretend the one that they were right on. I called it! I called it!
A pity I will not see the plan to fruition, but my part is done. And to fight with the thrill of battle in my heart makes it all the more worthwhile.
No! Wait! Where is she? Where is my sister?
At long last, I go to join the great flow.
I think it would be really kind of funny if that was the goal. Like, Golbez wants to march on the source so that they can all die, but no one wants to die before the doors open. The appointed hour, the time of fullness. Well, at least we got the eye back. That doesn't seem like it was part of the plan, unless it was part of the plan. thought we'd be going through
By the
there.
gates closing, there can be no doubt that he was the one who opened it.
Ashdaya, I prayed we might meet once more.
She is likely still in the void. Take heart. We will find her yet.
So what now?
While you discuss how to proceed with your search, I would excuse myself to look around. There may be salvage that we could use at the camp.
In that case, I'll patrol the area for more Voidsent.
Very well. Let us take a moment to consider our options.
In the Age of Alog, Emperor Azande created an enormous portal using a prodigious amount of ether harnessed by the Crystal Town. Thank you for lampshading that that's the last place we saw that asset, that void gate asset. Y'shtola calling our attention again. Why now? Why would they attack now? Which I think is not only just a dire question for kind of stitching the story together and fleshing out the lore, but for making it seem like not too big of a coincidence that the day we make friends with Vritra and go out to help him with a favor is the time Golbez is marching after 5,000 years of Ashdaya being there. So the only way you can really get over it is to, like the way we're doing with Pandemonium, is find a way to like tie it to the timeline. Like the Myths of the Realm too, like how Hydaelyn being gone is part of like their shtick. I would assume the War of the Crystals being over is the one thing we can link all this together with. But she's calling our attention to why now. War of the Crystals is just what I call Hydaelyn versus Zodiark, yeah. Same. And ceruleum on fire is supposed to explode. The dragon's resolve. I did eventually get the pizza emote, yes. I went on an incredible journey. I live blogged the whole thing on Twitter. It was a very fun and frustrating journey trying to get them to redeem that pizza emote. And mostly, like, I was in it for the entertainment value of just seeing, like, how far you could push the I fulfilled the components of the campaign you're legally obligated to follow through. Just to see, like, could I eventually get it done? And to Grubhub's credit, every time I reached out, the people who work there in their, like, their customer care division are very polite. They responded immediately every time. They were very nice about it. And it was just this consistent, like, oh, try 2 more weeks. You should give it 3 more weeks. Yeah, we don't know what's going on. It seemed just like they were not prepared for how big of a clusterfuck this campaign would be. But yes, I did eventually on. We have the victory pizza emote once and for all. In the end, it was actually, it was their Twitter DM, whoever was running the Twitter DM, that finally got it over the edge, because I had it escalated twice. I'd waited a couple of months, but the person running the Twitter was actually able to shove it over the edge at the last second. Definitely a story for the ages. Wait, where am I going? Am I running back? Run back. Sure. Hope you go to sleep. All right, thanks for hanging, Jay. See you tomorrow for the 24s. And yeah, definitely any solidarity for anyone who is frustrated by the pizza campaign. That was rough. I think if I was, like, emotionally invested in it in a way where it was, like, really upsetting me, I probably wouldn't have been as persistent. And I was persistent mostly for the fact that it was funny. I bought the Butterfingers and then didn't redeem the damn thing properly, and then it was too late. So I actually failed the Butterfinger campaign. And it would be nice if they did, on a delay, add that stuff to the Mog Station, because I feel like that's what the spirit of the Mog Station is. That even if you have to wait for a while and pay real-life Earth dollars for it, that you can eventually get stuff in the game. Like, I see holidays and stuff like that now as your freebie. Your thanks for paying your sub, thanks for keeping up with the game, here's the free version. And I see the no such thing as something that's gone forever as one of the purposes of the Mog Station. So I think they really should add more of this stuff that's one time only. Because at this point, the most sacred of them is already over. The White Ravens is over. The fact that the Dalamud Horn isn't in there is insane to me. Because, like, Summoner... There's actually, if you've never seen it before, you should run like an experiment. Okay. If you open this menu in the system thing and you go to support desk and you go over to the contact us, this last one here, leave a suggestion. You can send literally anything you want into the Final Fantasy XIV suggestion box. And this is a great way to let them know any random weird ideas you have. So far, there has been only one thing that I have left in the suggestion box that never got done. And it was from a free company mate named Casca Couch. His idea was that we should have a furnishing that is a Gobwalker race car bed. We never got that one through, but everything else I've left in the suggestion box has come true. So if you're a summoner and you like the Dalamud Horn and you think the 1.0 Dalamud Horn should be in the game, you should use the suggestion box and let us just see if you can get them to put it on the Mog Station. I love using that button for pretty much anything that pops into my head. I find that one of the things with SE is that they take feedback very, very seriously, but it's just a war of attrition. Like, how can you get it escalated to people who care? Can it be considered something that's worth the investment right away? But I find that, like, if it's worth doing and you point it out, they often do eventually get around to it. The official forums are a tough one. If I remember right, it's managed by a third party. Don't quote me on that. I don't know if I'm remembering right. I think it's sometimes hard to get it escalated all the way through the forum. Waste everyone's time and go the other way entirely. More up here. Why? Oh, no Easter eggs. Oh, they put all the old voiceover videos on private. I wonder if I've still got a link to it anywhere. You could try searching, searching posts you've sent into our free company Discord, because I would find it hard to believe that you never sent anyone the link to it. It was before Discord's time, back in the Mumble days. That's right, Discord was 2015. But do you think, like, between 2015 and now, you didn't send it to anybody in like, just the historical value? Me and my just bucket of ceruleum. Don't call me out, Toasty. Busted.
Is Ritra not back yet?
Caught the pun too.
My
Gold
apologies for the delay.
star. Do you have any idea how often I sneak stuff like that by without anybody noticing?
Are you all right?
I am. As distressing as this turn of events was, the eye itself gives me cause to hope. While it is no longer possessed of Ajdaya's will, it may yet lead us to her. Were it not for your encouragement, I would never have dared to embark on my search, much less come this far. I will not lose faith. I will find my sister, wheresoever she may be.
We'll return the eye to her, together.
Though tainted, the eye has not fully succumbed to darkness. Ajdaya herself may have been able to resist its influence.
Well, as much as we'd love to take part in your next foray, we can't abandon our efforts here.
That last line feels like a setup. They're like tainted but not fully succumbed. That feels like we could be setting up both a Golbez Shadow Dragon thing and a Rescue Ajdaya thing in the end.
Indeed. We'll need to keep a close watch, in case the Void Gate opens again as well. Though should it prove safe to do so, I have some ideas for how we might put this village to use.
Do what you must. We will manage.
To free Ashdaya, I expect we will have to deal with Golbez once and for all. After which you may undertake your work without worry.
Confident.
We look forward to the glad tidings.
You'll take good care of everyone, won't you?
Don't rub it.
What? Why do you ask me this?
Because comrades look out for one another, and I can't think of anyone more qualified to keep them safe.
True. I will do no less than I've promised.
If our respective plans are settled, then let us head back.
Double mention. Y'shtola again mentions the influence of the void and that she has not fully succumbed. It does. To me, it feels like they're setting up like a, I guess in what TV tropes would call it, like a temporary possession arc, so we get like the cool Shadow Dragon idea. That'd be really fun. The rules say you have to fight every one of them at least once eventually. Zero is available for as a trust for that one thing only. Does she does she like automatically come at max level, or do you have to level her up in just that one place? Wait, she should be at max level. This is an X dungeon. Leveling up trust is one of those things that's just like the wrong kind of monotony for me. It's not relaxing at all. My trusts are all like, I've got them up to like, I've got them past the first dungeon. That's it. It's like trust leveling is something that I want to love to do, but it's like Pagos. It's just a little too much, and it goes right into that range of just feels like a job. I think one of the things that, like, this is really stupid, but it drains my mental RAM to know that they're all leveling up at different speeds. I hate that. I hate that. I feel like I have to level trusts on jobs so I can evenly space them out to level them up evenly at the same time, which is a completely absurd concept, but my brain hurts if I don't do it. I'm glad I'm not alone in that. I feel ridiculous every time I fall prey to it.
If everyone is ready, then let us depart for Al-Zadal's legacy.
That doesn't look good.
What was that?
You should disperse some scouts immediately.
A deluge of ether. The mark of a terrible magic.
It wasn't far from here. Let's go.
I guess we'll be the scouts. Welcome back, Rockle.
Hey, you! Stop! If you're thinking of taking to sea, don't!
What has happened?
We were out working our nets when a light suddenly shot up over Buffalo Isle with a boom. A massive fiend then took to the skies. Another blasphemy, we feared. But we didn't linger to find out.
Did you see where it was headed?
I can't say for sure, but it looked like it was northward bound.
I see. Our thanks for the warning, and do not let us keep you. Buffalo Isle is connected to Al-Zadal's legacy. This cannot be a coincidence.
In response to Kanyatso's defeat, they have come for our gate.
So it seems. I would ascertain the situation at the vault, but the fiend must be dealt with, ere people come to harm. I shall assume my dragon form and seek it out at once.
Wait! You heard the fisherman. A blasphemy, they called it. If another flying creature was sighted now, others will assume the worst and panic will spread. This is not the way.
You are right, Estinian. I will gather my soldiers and search the Isle for casualties. The fiend, I leave to you. The hunt will go more swiftly with help. Zero, might I prevail upon you to accompany him?
Very well.
Then Estinian and I will make for Al-Zadar's legacy and secure the gate.
Stay on your guard. The enemy is clever and will have anticipated our response. Be safe, my friends, and may the sisters guide your steps.
I like the comment. When did he become Estinian public relations wormblood. The people of Radzatan do know that they are protected by a great dragon, but I think that they also just, a lot of them let's see, how do I put this? In the lives of a lot of the common folk, I imagine it's more of like a, more of a mythological thing. I don't think they are used to seeing his shape from all angles, and that if there were reports of a flying fiend around and someone didn't see him very clearly, then it would only add to the panic. Like, never underestimate the like dumb shit a large group of people can believe once rumors start spreading in between them. Like, logically, we would know that they should assume it's Vritra and Vritra's not a threat, but never give a mob too much credit. I mean, we're talking about people who think there could still be blasphemies. Now that I said that there's going to be another blasphemy watch. Also a good point that even if they do realize it's Vritra, they might assume that he's flying in that form specifically to combat a big threat. Therefore, there's a big threat. Therefore, panic! Touché. I haven't finished my role quests yet, so there are still blasphemies. Though, even when I finish them, canonically they will have taken place in the patch of release. Everything takes place in the patch of its release, even if you don't do it. Even if they have weird little flags to be nice to you about it. I like when people use, like, the names of emotes that I don't have. I always take, like, recommendations for emotes. Like, the canon one's the only one we've had the recommendation for so far. Should I be commissioning, like, the Lalafell's face? I know a lot of people do that, but I never felt, like, important enough. Should there be, like, be mortar-boarded moose emotes? Oh, hi, Aqua. Good catch. The White Ravens are not on at the moment. For some reason, these felt very me, just because, like, the cool wingy shape along the Lalafell and pointy ears, and they're silver, which matches the shirt, and purple, which matches everything else. If I remember right, hold on. Gear set. Last one. No, maybe not. I should have another gear set where his White Ravens are there, just in case anybody catches me. But I have them on me at all times. Freaking White Ravens. I have this really horrible tendency where I never switch my glamour because I can't get used to it, and then I go back to the old one and nothing ever changes. Like, every now and then I get a slightly different pair of boots or a slightly different hat. So I wanted to test these earrings to see if they would transcend the White Ravens, because as much as they're part of my signature look and will always be like my main glamour, I wanted to test these earrings to see if they fit. Because, come on, man, silver and purple. That's the brand. Desires Untold. You're still rocking the moonlit too? Yeah, it's hard to change certain things. But yeah, there's a running joke that I'm never allowed to be without my White Ravens because I wasted all of the gil I had fighting that stupid fight. Came into 2.0 Baroque. I still have Jasper. I have a +3 high quality box turtle that I named Jasper and put in my inventory. In 1.0, he's only HQ now, but I have all sorts of just weird shit in my inventory that is based on inside jokes and weird nostalgia and just sentimental nonsense is probably a good, oh hello people, is a good amount of my inventory. What the heck is this?
Hello, can you hear me? We were too late. The vault has been destroyed. The alchemical furnace with it. This was their true objective, to deny us entry into the void. Kanyatso and Ajdaya's eye were a diversion. A means to detain us in Garlemald, while they went to work here. To reduce the vault to rubble. That which you hunt is no ordinary foe. Have care.
No. Runs away. Hey, Red. 404.
Such an exquisite sight. The canvas of vibrant colors. As was our world, too, once. I am Rubicante, the archfiend of fire. A monster in flesh, yet in spirit I remain a man, a prisoner of the past. Such tears I wept when darkness consumed the world. Until Lord Golbez came and spoke of salvation. Thus do I walk proudly at his side, to see his dream fulfilled. Your heart is pure. For benevolent cause you seek the dragon.
I think I'm putting a few of these lines into the translation bin.
But I cannot allow you to have it. Cannot allow you to interfere. If you would continue, then there is but one recourse. I shall await you at the summit. Come, mortal. Come and weigh your righteousness against mine.
A neat way to honor the Final Fantasy IV vibe. You already formed a party finder? What do I do? Hold on. Let's see. What? Chiron Darkholm on Excalibur. Trial. Password 3458. Thank you for setting that up. I don't know why. I really liked that cutscene. Just like the vibe of just kind of playing off the honorable theme and having the fight about like something void related in such a lush area. Unexpected fondness of that cutscene. Show Jasper. Did you not see Jasper? Hold on. He's still... I did an item search. There he is. It's just box turtle. Search for item. Currently in HQ. Oh, you can't come back here after the trial? So... if you'd like to take screenshots here and you can't come back here after the trial, you should hit this button, and then this button, and then this button, and then this button right here. I'm gonna make that my newest, like, Moose meme, like, just showing people how to use the suggestion box feature till I get us all in trouble. But I mean, they put the roof of Al Amigo back in because people wanted to hang out there, and this is a really cool location. I bet you could like have like player events here in short bursts with nobody noticing. It's very, very pretty space. These hills. Why is my brain... My brain is like, this is part of Anonymoose. brain thinks it recognizes some of the landscape. Eureka moment. Get those materia out of my extremely outdated gear. Yo, purple and black pants. Purple, black, and silver. I don't think any of my healer glams are that edgy, though. Yeah, if you join the party, make sure to use your cool portrait for archived YouTube posterity. Rockle default portrait Monty. While we wait for the transfers, I'm actually going to take like a 2-second break and be right back. If anybody needs to stretch, hydrate, use the restroom, do so now. We'll be back in like 2 minutes. Yeah, Primal is pretty busy. Excalibur is a very strange server because if you like wander around in public, it looks very quiet, but it's not. Excalibur is a legacy server full of old souls who've been playing this game so long that they play in like really short, small bursts. So if you show up the day of a patch, it's one of the like busiest, most professional, elite-looking servers. And then 3 weeks later, empty. Not a soul. And then you got people like Rockle who are just here all the time. I'm present, but usually just like pondering my summoning bell. Yeah, Murph. The old souls who killed dappers in the mines. My whole FC came into 2.0 with all level 50 jobs as they existed at that time because we spent the last few weeks before the last maintenance down in Nanawa mines power leveling each other on dapper zombies. I could have gotten the Ruthless Gillionaire? Or actually, that's one of the ones I never did get. I think. Too bad they won't show you like your progress. I wonder how close I was. Yeah, Murph got up the forest pools just so they would always have it. Does it even show you which ones are that old anymore? Legacy. Can I sort? Category. What legacy ones did I come in with? Notorious Monster Hunter, Inquisitor, Divine Crusher, Stone Splitter, Beast Tribe's Worst Nightmare, Cascadeer, Crystal Bear. That's a great title. It's kind of sad that that one's not available anymore. Wanderer's Shadow, Featherfoot, and Lightning. Lightning was going to be my Black Mage title if I got to stay Black Mage, but I did not. Celia. I should use Wanderer's Shadow when I do 24-man content. There's 100 million gil for Ruthless? Did you really? You got that? What did you do? Was it bot free, Rockle? I've never known you to be one to cheat. Oh, you did not get it. Okay. There were a couple achievements that I don't think like anybody got without some shenanigans. .0 was very much a make-your-own fun kind of story. Like, for anybody who thinks they missed out on a good time, they probably did not. they might have missed out on some, like, interesting memories with friends creating your own fun, but I wouldn't look back at it with rose-colored glasses thinking you missed a good time, because it was very frustrating to play. The way the interface worked and the delay on everything, it was not comfortable. Yay! As I'm saying in the chat, I apologize in advance for any incoming badness. Oh, that was cool.
You stayed the course, as I knew you would. As too will I. Come!
That's where it belongs.
The Archfiend of Fire has no equal. The glory of fire. Flames to lick at your heels. Darkest flames to me!
Oh.
Naught but ash will remain. Burn!
Flames to lick at your heels.
Oh, what does this mean?
Darkest flames to me!
Why does it do the other?
Naught but ash will
I'm
remain.
definitely gonna fuck that up a few times before my brain gets used to it.
All will burn! Allow me to show you real flame. You've strength worthy enough of pride. But will it be enough? I am one with the flames. Ah! You are the first to behold this form.
Edgy, as all cool void things should be.
The flames rise higher. Look now on my essence made pure. Destruction incarnate. To ashes with you. Come, O Dark! I shall tear you asunder! Flames to lick at your heels.
When I first saw this, I thought it was the colors that mattered the most. I kind of like this little pipe following mechanic though. It's stressful, but in a cool way.
Darkest flames to me!
Good night, Murph. how easy everything seems when you have 7 people who kind of know what they're doing. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you. We have another hydrate incoming. Interesting music choice.
It seems I was a step too slow.
Swear Annex go 1 patch without using unspoken challenge.
To defeat all of us archfiends, you are strong indeed.
We'll get to Golbez later. Tell me more about yourself.
You would know your enemy's heart.
Always.
Very well. It bleeds more than you can ever understand. But I will speak, and you will listen, and learn how all began.
How long has it been since the world was undone? Since light and life gave way to darkness and undeath? Since we were reduced to beasts befouled, squabbling over what scant ether remains? But you are different. You remember who you were, and the paradise for which you fought. That world will never be ours again. But we need not suffer in this purgatory of death and rebirth forever. Join me, and together we shall seek the promised land.
There is no hope, no freedom from the wheel. You speak a fantasy.
I speak truth, the Ascian's revelation. There are other worlds than this. Ours is but one of 14.
An interesting line here. First, I was just gonna like make fun of "I speak truth, Ascian revelation" as an oxymoron. Usually, they only tell you what's convenient for their plans. So he didn't know about the Sundering until the Ascians told him. That's interesting. I have to think about that one. He didn't know about the Sundering, but he does eventually take out Watcher, maybe? And claims to be one of the Chosen. Now, that's one of the things that I think jives. Because if he's one of the like the people who had the Echo or the Blessing of Light originally, then he's exactly the sort of person who would learn about this from the Asians as part of like their goals. But that would be like a long con. This is like thousands of years in the making, which is much longer than their usual ability to stick to a single idea.
There is no greater proof than the whispers we hear, born of a neighboring reality. A reality to which we may journey if we can but break down the barrier that divides us.
You meant it then. We will take this world as our own.
Ooh. Hey, someone managed to redeem translation. At least we know it's not still out of stock.
Count me in.
In return for your strength, I offer you opportunity to pursue your own ends in service to a greater cause. A glorious kingdom of light, wherein all may know death's sweet embrace.
Sounds good.
And thus did we begin our great work.
So is the goal just not to leave anybody behind? Because people cross over and die all the time, allegedly now, according to Zero. Which, if that was like a plot-relevant hint, maybe that's, yeah, again, the whole point. I don't know. Once I get stuck in an idea, I kind of wait for it to be proven wrong.
You intend to forsake the 13th and conquer the Source?
Just so. Our home is a lost cause. Our only choice to begin anew. In this world, where we may reclaim our mortality.
You served Golbez of your own volition.
As atonement for my failures, I tried to be a hero. Tried to stop the war. But I could not.
So in turn you wage another?
A means to a final end. The wheel of depravity must be broken. Even the most exalted succumb. We eat and deepen the stain upon our souls, until only the hunger remains. Is this to be our fate for all eternity?
To have... I don't want to call it a retcon, because it was a very loose thing at first to begin with, but to build upon the void in this way, from just this mysterious place from where horrors come into the 13th, I felt was like a little awkward in its own way. But I think if it comes and then gets bookended on the other side with this story, and this story sticks the landing, I might actually feel pretty good about that.
I don't know. About this and a great many things. But I do know that it's wrong to damn another to save yourself. Not everything need be a trade. This I learned from the people of this world. Even without a contract, without any expectation of personal gain, they labor for one another. I didn't understand it at first, and perhaps I still don't. But if I'm to achieve something, I'd rather do it their way. Else I am already a hunger-maddened beast.
Perhaps we have indeed surrendered to the hunger after a fashion. Make for our moon. There you will find both Lord Golbez and your dragon. To be so viciously slandered. Pride demands I prove my virtue at the last. And perhaps your own will resonate with his, and draw forth that singular jewel which abides deep within his heart.
A purely metaphor, or is that a foreshadow?
A desire which lies beyond his quest to free us from our purgatory. A desire all his own.
Yeah, whenever we get a cue for a translation, can you like just give a little note as to which one it is in the chat, in the Discord chat, and I will get to them all. As long as they're there. And no, I never played Final Fantasy IV. I started but not finished is how I should say it. I never made it through the end. Translation is what I've come to call taking a line in English, finding its equivalent in other languages, translating those properly, and then looking at all four to see like what the shared message is and if there's any discrepancies. So usually it's less that there's discrepancies and they each chose to say the same thing in a way that you can tell a little closer what they meant. Anybody else out here? So it's just like a dumb portmanteau pun, like translation, pan, all, translation, all, translate. Yeah, I know. Weird. Oh, patch name. We're almost there. For our meanwhile cutscene. Because we haven't seen them up to anything. Is this the same as last time where the Hektai quests are pretty quick, or are they beefy? They're quick? Yay! Alright, we'll knock them out.
Thank goodness you're both all right. Unfortunately, we have nothing further to report apart from the loss of the gate. But tell us, how did you fare on the mountain? Golbez aspires to deliver Voidsent unto the Source, where they may die and return to the life stream to be reborn.
The life stream won't have this stuff. Am I forgetting like a...
Far be it for me to deny them, but the cost to our people would be beyond unconscionable.
Indeed. Voidsent themselves are inherently dangerous. Never mind the chaos sure to follow should the barrier twixt our worlds be shattered. 'Twould be naught less than a calamity.
This is a very strange cutscene. Isn't it supposed to be like only a one-sided barrier anyway? So isn't that why like the rejoining is impossible? I am confused. I'm gonna need to like look up the little details in each language for this because I feel like some maybe assumptions based on how things worked before are preventing me from seeing what they're intending to do now, unless it's not supposed to break anything.
The simplest way would, of course, be to strike at Golbez himself. That said, our task has been rendered rather difficult.
Indeed. Rubicante have deprived us of a means to cross into the void.
Kenyatso's faint. That was doubtless what he meant when he said his part was done.
Golbez sacrificed 2 archfiends just to stop us. He must need more time to break the barrier to our world.
Then the days ahead will be critical. We must find a way back to the 13th.
White Ark's still out there. How did that end? Can we get that back? I remember what became of the ship itself.
We could employ another Atomos, but that approach would only be viable if we found another planar fissure. An unlikely prospect. Better we explore other avenues. If you will excuse my absence, I shall return to Sharlayan to look for information.
Bring the Sky Pirates, get the other storyline people in there, bring in Reen, Gaia, Unar Kalhai.
By all means. Meanwhile, I shall seek the counsel of our alchemists.
Yeah, Crystal Tower would be the obvious solution. They did bring it up earlier in this patch. Highlighted that's where the original Void Gate went. There's so many different ways we could go with it at this point.
Time is of the essence, so wish me luck.
But do you remember how the Void Arc could like cut through reality?
I'm no
like
scholar.
butter?
I'll find another way to keep myself busy here. Rest assured, I never shirk my training. I will be ready for whatever awaits.
Zero. May we call upon thee when next we venture unto the 13th.
Aye. And in case you're wondering, I won't ask for further payment. I will go for myself, to try and understand why I spoke the words I said to Rubicante. And the fire I felt within, when you all came to my aid in Garlemald.
While our esteemed sorceress battles her tomes, let us see to our own affairs.
I will not fail you again, sister.
No more, but no meanwhile? Oh, there we go.
Cagnazzo and Rubicante have joined with the Great Flow. In this world, 'tis the ravenous who are useful, and few were as ravenous as they. You were fine pawns, my archfiends, and you have played your parts to perfection. But with the goal in sight, I need no minions to do my bidding. Hereon, I shall walk alone. At long, long last, the end draws nigh. The end to life on that star, and the end to my suffering.
Oh, that's all freaking weird. So, we've got another red moon, which, you know, 4. That makes sense. He's hanging out in the Zodiac hole? Is this the Hectors? It's the Hectors. Freaking host. It's so hard to think about, like, to kickstart my mind into where to even go. Just because, like, the lore that I'm used to, my foundational experiences with the lore, we're all focused on how, like, the void is supposed to be nothing. The void is supposed to be, like, all the ether is gone, there's nothing there. And then we went to the world of darkness, and they were like, no, that's just all the stuff Xande fed to it. That's the clones and, you know, like all the stuff that, you know, he traded to the cloud of darkness, who was supposed to, like, come in and eat everything eventually. And then we kind of step back to from everything being gone to it being a little more like Shadowbringers made the empty. And I think there were some pretty big changes to what the Dark Void was when they started thinking about, like, light voids. Because even for a time, there was a weird middle ground lore where, yeah, okay, so maybe a Dark Void has nothing in it, no ether, no nothing. A light void is then slightly different, pure blank white perfection, nothing moves. And now it feels like we, like, kind of move that line a little more, where we can go to just everything's dead. That's it. There's no life. No ether, so no life. And it's still like a floating orb. And it's just, I don't know. This is weird. Weird. So what, if we assume that he killed the Watcher still, he what? Killed the Watcher and then set up shop in possibly Zodiark's hidey hole? Like, I wouldn't jump to the conclusion just yet, but it looks kind of like what they're saying. And there's still this is weird. I'm trying to think of, like, until now I thought it would be fun if Zodiark's shard from the 13th was just Sabik. And maybe that's not the case. Maybe, like, but then if it didn't evaporate when Fandaniel crunchied the one in his chest, like Yoshida was saying they all did, then I don't know. Is that what Golbez ate? This is weird. This is all very, very weird. But all the pieces are in play for there to be an interesting way to stick the landing if they address all the right stuff, I think. Because so much is changing so fast, I hesitate to even speculate on it. I'm still just kind of going one patch at a time. Weren't all shards of Zodiark removed when the source form was? Allegedly. Allegedly. That's what Yoshida says. Which is, like, why I wouldn't immediately jump to thinking... Like, let's put it this way. Is it logically possible that because something happened to the 13th shard of Zodiark before it would have been evaporated, then it was no longer in the form that it would have been evaporated as and can still do whatever it was doing when it was turned into something else. Like, let's say Golbez ate it. Then it wouldn't have existed anymore. It's just Golbez's power, so it wouldn't probably have evaporated when they did that thing. But, like, that's, again, a leap of logic. So logically, you could make it work if you wanted to. If that's what you wanted to believe, you could defend it. But I get caught up on things like, if that were what was happening, would Yoshida have chosen to phrase it that way in that interview? And that seems unlikely to me. So you gotta, like, kind of choose which unlikely thing you want to believe. And that's really what this stuff comes down to, is that the person who says, I got it, I called it, there's gonna, like, it's probably incidental that they called it, because there's several equally good theories that are just going to incidentally be wrong because it's not where the writers were going. So we just gotta figure out which kind of foreshadowing links we think are the most fun and stick to them until we're proven wrong. I think the people who are assuming that Golbez is in the Zodiac hole are for two reasons. One, because the cutscene kind of made it look like those were the same assets. I wouldn't jump to that being conclusive right away. But also you have him killing the Watcher and talking about the prison of passivity and all that kind of stuff. So I could see where some people would go there. I don't know if I would go anywhere with any confidence just yet. But I mean, I watched it 30 seconds ago. I won't know where I stand until I do my translations and think about it for a couple days. Usually my first pass on things, I barely even read it properly or comprehend it properly. It takes, 2 or 3. And that's exactly what I would tell people who are terribly, terribly confident right now, is just like, logically, again, there's no reason that couldn't just be an unrelated critter. Somebody's gonna incidentally be right. Someone always is. My favorite experience since the Stormblood Shadowbringers era is continually when I get stuck on, well, it can't be this because of that. And everybody fights me like, that's not a thing, that's not a thing. And then the new content comes in and the writers are like, actually, that is a thing. But also we're subverting it right now. That's so fun to me when I was following the hints correctly, but they wrote some, I shouldn't say hints, I interpreted the past stuff correctly, but they've just designed a new trapdoor to it. That's the most fun thing to me, when they blindside me by validating that I did follow it properly before. The hole that goes down into the moon, I'm really curious about what's down there, but it's also on the 13th, which is kind of interesting to me. I'm really upset we never went back to the Chrysalis. That should have been part of the Endwalker saga for show. I'm still trying to figure out how to let go of being frustrated about the Chrysalis incident. And Midgard's armor not being there for it. Probably gonna do some of these out of order. wonder what the chances are I could like pick up and finish 4 by the time the next one of these came out, just for fun. Admittedly, like, Final Fantasy was a series that was games other people I knew played until I got 10. I missed a lot of them. 10 was the one that brought me in. It would have just been 10 if I hadn't loved the Evilise games so much. '12 was the one that cemented me as like a Final Fantasy fan, as opposed to a guy who enjoyed Final Fantasy X. Two down, 2 to go. So the full story of it is I had actually never seen anybody who was like the Genesis and Super Nintendo era playing Final Fantasy games in my personal life. Most of the people I knew were more the like Mario, Mortal Kombat kind of people. So I think my first exposures to Final Fantasy were 7 and 8 and 9 on the PS1. But they were games that other people had. And I think they like stand out in my memory because they had those funky 4-disc cases. And like the PS2 came out and it was like a whole new era and everything was in 3D. And I was like, yeah, maybe this is my chance to get into it because the trailer for 10 looked really cool. So I got 10 and I liked 10. And I went back and I bought Tactics because 10 was cool. So obviously I like Final Fantasy now, right? So I got Tactics and Tactics was awesome. I love Tactics so much. So I got 12, and I didn't know Tactics and 12 had any real connection until I was already midway through the game. But the opening cutscene of 12 is like legendary, like emblazed in my mind. So even though I really love 10, I would just be a guy who enjoyed 10, if not for Tactics and 12, which made me like a person who will buy anything that has Final Fantasy on it after that. 10 too, I had very passionate feelings about as a shitty teenager. It felt like, because I didn't understand at the time that they were like deliberately changing their target demographic. So it was supposed to be a game that was for kind of a different population than 10 was. And I just remember being like so pissed that we had this beautiful, sad ending. And then they like come back and she's a pop star and the core game mechanic is trying on dresses. And just like teenage me was like, what the heck is this? But looking back, I can see that it's just a target demographic. And the job system is really, really cool. Like the dress sphere system is really, really cool. And you just gotta like get over that it's a different kind of cringe. Like they both have their own cringe, but it's a different demographic of cringe. And once I got past that, I was able to enjoy 12 or 10-2 for what it was. So I do enjoy 10-2 now. And I think this is so weird, but like the thing that glued it all together was that I noticed in the credits of 10, you see the bubbles coming up as if they're foreshadowing. So it's not like a total subversion of the ending. And I don't know. I had shitty teenage opinions as a shitty teenager. But if you've never played it, I highly recommend the XX2 HD. But 12 is fun because I had to bully people to play that game for years and years and years, and to see like the Zodiac Age version of it is really, really validating. And if you've never played Tactics, if you skipped it because it wasn't a main one, Tactics is really freaking cool. On what systems can you play Tactics? I always play my PS1 version, but I think there are more. I think they had a Game Boy era remake, if I remember right. This is definitely a question for Wikipedia and not Moose. I always play the PS1 version just because it's the one I played as a kid. If everybody goes out and buys Tactics Ogre Reborn, it might convince Square Enix Corporate to release Tactics Reborn if they haven't already made it, according to certain internet rumors. But I think it's very, very funny that we're all like, have you heard of Final Fantasy XIV Online with a free trial up to, but the guy who makes Final Fantasy XIV is out there like, have you heard of Tactics Ogre? The crown jewel of tactical role-playing. Yes, Tactics and Tactics Advance are different games, which was very confusing to me when Tactics Advance first came out. While there's nothing like lore critical in these Hektai quests, I actually really, really enjoy these little peeks into the backstory. I think it like helps you build a complete picture for something that feels like we're just kind of getting it in a short term. Like a 6.1 to 6.4, 6.5 story. So even though they're just like cutscenes that fill in little adventures, they're kind of like video versions of these short stories on the Lodestone, and I would be down to have these whenever they felt like throwing in more information without having to build a lot of mechanics around it. I saw someone say they could do something like this to cover the remaining Asians. That would be freaking hilarious. Just give me little like short stories of Gaius going around the world killing him. Damn, he's just hitting everybody. From fisherman to adrenaline addict. All of this talk of things like returning to the live stream is making me feel really weird too. Like originally the void or the live stream of the source wouldn't have void sent essences, and Asians that were killed were annihilated, except now they're going back to the live stream and these are going back to the live stream. Didn't they just say that the 2 fiends we just defeated were in the live stream now? How? I think maybe what the problem is I'm giving the Great Flow. Yeah, I'm gonna check that translation, see if the Great Flow could be something other than the live stream. It's all just very weird. Maybe I'm just like giving the I think it's a guild hest. Maybe I'm just giving the guild has too much authority. Like one random guy in a guild hest says after you killed some void sent, our live stream won't have the stuff. And maybe that like one random Grand Company guy, I'm giving way too much authority in deciding what I believe in how things work. Looking into the Ultima Thule section about the Greater Flow. Okay, I can do that. Like the fact that you say it doesn't trigger a memory means that it's definitely something I haven't looked into deep enough yet. Do you remember like where in Ultima Thule that was, so I can start putting together like a citation bucket for it? Alliance raid is tomorrow evening around 8:30 Eastern. Somewhere between 8:30 and 9 is where I usually start. Wherever is kind of convenient in that window. Thanks, Ty. Yeah, now that you mention it, it does seem vaguely familiar, but like it was surrounded by bigger stuff. Though maybe that's what's setting up our next big concept. Didn't Emmett say he was going to be reborn on the Source, and we should set up, like, conditions for his life to be entertaining? I kind of hate that Void Scent called themselves Void Scent. Hey, sometimes when people like vibe with something, they'll change it immediately. Look how many, like, we have been calling this planet Hydaelyn for like 12, 13 years, and look how many people jumped to Aetheris just because it was cooler. Why can't I get in there? I think I did something wrong. You know, damn, I hate that too. I'm gonna keep calling it Hydaelyn for now. Unless it's like if it's lore relevant to call it Aetheris, I'll call it Aetheris. If I'm working on ancient content, I'll call it Aetheris. But me, myself, like Moose, like all of Moose's friends definitely still born and raised remember it as Hydaelyn, and most of the common folk will for a generation too, at least until they publish another encyclopedia, right? So until the in-world encyclopedia Eorzea tells the masses that it's called Aetheris, I'm gonna keep calling it Hydaelyn. Better run over here real quick. I bet I didn't grab this when it showed up. Bingo. Yeah, back in the day, the deep original lore was that, like, in order for people to even call the planet Hydaelyn, they would have to know that planets are things, and that people who knew planets were things were rare enough in Eorzea that you wouldn't even hear the name Hydaelyn usually, which is really funny because the technology has changed so much since then. Like, we are definitely not living in a, you know, somewhere vaguely between 14 and 1700 anymore. Every year at once in this damn game. Maybe that random miner just had like good geographical knowledge and like of like bedrock and stuff, so that he could mine better. Most of the time I gotta go over something 2 or 3 times before it really kind of clicks to me how the writers wanted it to fit together. So this is why these first playthroughs are always so interesting, because I'm like at level 1 hitting bees with sticks with everybody else, logically speaking. Hey Rolo, the VOD will be there. It will probably go to YouTube soonish too. And we will do the 24-man raid tomorrow night. It does feel like a deliberate choice that they made Aether so bright. Like, it doesn't have any of the usual void-tainted purpley stuff on it. Yeah, it could just be Asdaja. Asdaya's. To save the world, the inhabitants of the neighboring reality must be sacrificed. Added to the cancellation list? Agreed. There's actually one thing I'm gonna check before we wrap up things for oh, what? Unrestricted parties aren't allowed for guild hests. Boo. Boo. Oh, that was fast. Didn't expect that. Alright. Just for the sake of sating my annoyance. Those horrible blue flames, they're the ethereal traces of slain void scent. Our life stream won't have the stuff, so the essence remains trapped in the corporeal realm. I guess we're just blitzing him down with it. Silly chat, mechanics are for cars. Always calm your partner. I have this weird rule where if I'm on healer, I calm tank. If I'm on tank, I'm calm healer. If I'm on DPS, do the other DPS. If it's a 4-man party. If it's an 8-man party, healers calm healers, tanks heal tanks, range. Always calm your partner. Okay, so to read directly from the chat, the thing that's sticking in my memory. Those horrible blue flames, they're the ethereal traces of slain void scent. Our life stream won't have the stuff, so the essence remains trapped in the corporeal realm. Buso taps that essence. So you're supposed to smother out the blue flames. Cannot slay a void hound without it becoming a flame. You're to call the beast, spirit, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Okay, so 2013 lore, before they knew what the void was or kind of how it works the way they do today. Just a weird thing that stands out to me. I'd love to see like some little throwback to that. You don't calm anyone, you should totally calm people. Don't you want to help people get their achievements? Warrior of light, you don't do good deeds? I got all my achievements too. I got them a while ago. I actually keep hoping they add... I actually don't hope they add more. I don't want to be calm farming ever again, to be honest with you. 3,000 is plenty. What am I up to these days? 5,000. If I were to add a solution, I don't know, I think it would just be bound up in the mechanics of like, did they have a vessel when they were slain? Did they come here corporeally or as an essence? How were they killed? Had anything consumed them? Were they consumed by anything? Just make sure you kind of understand your own rules is the golden way to know how to build up new lore around old lore to make sure it doesn't all come crashing down. Now their fight is over. Maybe when we smother out the essences of the Griff there, when we smother them out, then they go to the Great Flow. And it just, there's a delay there in case anything wants to... I think it's cute that we got a bunch of echoes from things that are shaped like eyes. Am I going to FanFest this year? I hope so. If I can afford it, I'll go. The big thing is, like, it's a lot of money. If I can afford it, I will go. If I can get a ticket, I will go. If I can figure out the mechanics of it, I will go. Like, I hate the idea of missing it so much, but I don't want to let, like, fear and hatred of missing it make me make reckless financial decisions either. So it's really going to depend on if I can afford it. That's going to be the big thing. I tried to train my whole life to never fall victim to FOMO and then be in debt. Good night, people who are starting to head out. I would say if you want to go and you can make going work, that it is actually quite easy to make friends there sometimes. So if they're like, if the only reason you're going is to hang out with friends, there are sometimes like groups of people that start becoming friends because they know they're going to be going to FanFest. So they'll create like little FanFest group servers and they'll get to know each other and see who vibes before they even head out there. Did we do it? Did we do it? We're done. Is there anything more MSQ wise that I'm like not thinking about and should do before I head out for today? And sometimes you'll get a piece of cake. Yes. Rockle ended up through some strange twist of fate through this whole series of friend making and friend seeing. I think he was trying to find me. And I wasn't where he expected me to be. So he hung out with someone else and got free cake. I think that's how it happened. Okay. We did it. It's been 5 hours, but we did it. We made it to the end. And this one, I think, unlike the last one, I don't know if there's going to be any more enhanced debate. But I know that we're definitely going to pick up these translations because there's a few things in here that we might get some new info out of. And I'm looking forward to kind of going through those lines with a fine-tooth comb over the next couple of weeks. But first things first, we'll get through the 24-man tomorrow. We'll add a few more translations to the list there probably. And depending on how many I have, would it be cool to make like a campfire stream for them? Like, can people stand to wait like another week or two if it means we kind of get to go over them all live in the same place? That would be something to think about. If you are in the Discord server, let me know your opinion about whether you'd like them to just be kind of shoved into the chat rooms ASAP, or if you'd like to go over them live in a campfire stream. That would be an opinion I'd like to hear back on. Otherwise, thank you so much to those who chose to go through the MSQ with us, hear our live thoughts, raw and unpolished and full of mistakes. I very much value the company, so thank you once again for spending that time. But I'm gonna get some rest. I'm gonna start accumulating those lines, and I will see some of you back here for the raid tomorrow. Thank you so much again, and have a great night, everybody.